Hello. Happy Thursday. Zoom in where I should be showing at the start of the stream. Stream. We're off to a good start. What are we doing today? First things first, we have some trains that are stuck, and I saw this alert pop up, like, just as I was loading the save. Didn't I fix this at the start of last stream? Is this the same issue again? It's a different amount of hydrogen chloride in the pipe, but it is otherwise, yes, the same issue. Why does this happen only at this particular station? And how has it happened twice? My theory about how this happens, sorry, I'm sitting here thinking, and I know you can't see me thinking. My theory for how this happens is that the train arrives, it unloads, we've got 3 pumps here, but those all ultimately feed into just single pumps. And I think what can happen is the train can depart while there's still some fluid in this pipe. And then another train can be assigned immediately. If there's just barely under, like, or just barely over 25,000 deficit in this, then by the time the pipe finishes draining, there's now less than 25,000 needed, but the train has already been dispatched. That's my theory for how this happens. What I don't understand is why it has happened twice in this station and nowhere else that I can remember, and why it's happened back to back here. I can fix it easily enough, right? I just have to pump out a little bit of hydrogen chloride and then pump it back in, and it's fine. But how did this go wrong in the first place is the question that I would like an answer to. Okay, I'm gonna go fix that first. I don't really have a choice but to go fix that first. And once I have resolved that, we will look at our to-do list. I think the to-do list right now is Dingrits, and we do have coated container done, so we can do advanced coating and coated containers. And then we're kind of waiting on the tech up to nuclear power so we can work on fuel rod Mark IIs that we need for upgrading Bodos. Because of how upgraded modules work, giving a speed bonus to buildings, they do save power, which I don't usually care about. However, for Bodos, it matters, because Bodos buildings are powered by fuel rods. So if we can upgrade the if we can get a speed boost, then we need fewer fuel rods to run the same. I don't think I sucked out enough that this would have requested another one. Yeah, no trains. Okay. And now that the machines are running, yeah, this is already drained. But it's so weird that it happened here twice. I mean, I can work around it, right? If we say every pipe can hold 100 fluid and there's 14 pipes, I could just subtract 1,400 from all of my requests, right? But the question is, why is it only happening here? And actually, I should subtract another 400 if I'm going to do that, which I'm not at the moment. I should subtract another 400 for the internal buffer of the pump. I believe they buffer 400 as well. But I still just don't understand why it went wrong in the first place, and why it's happened twice here and nowhere else. Right. Well, let's work on Dingrits, and then we'll figure it out. What do I currently have here? I have 5 pens. What are we gonna need? Where's my YAFC? We're gonna need 6.5. Okay, 7 pens. And probably some... That's right. We upgraded Yadles in preparation for this. So I'm gonna have to reroute all the belts, because I don't think I planned for this. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's new. Also, we don't have a new Dingrit pup recipe? But we do. We should upgrade both halves of this. Alright, this also needs Yotoi seeds to come in as well then. Okay, that's fine. Currently they're bringing in... Yeah, so we're just adding the leaves to the Dingrits and to the pups. Oh no, pups already have seeds coming in. Okay. So the pups are adding the Yotoi leaves and the Yadles, which were previously only used for the Dingrits themselves. Oh no, the Yadles are totally new. Sorry. Yotoi and Yadles are new for both recipes. There we go. Got it. So that's actually not too hard to set up then. To get a new... Just a new pair of ingredients coming in where the Dingrits are. We are gonna need 2 more of the Dingrit buildings. And then 2 wood processing units to do the Yotoi leaves. And I think that's it. I think everything else is fine. We've already got the factory caging Scrondrixes. We've already got water bottles. Yes and yes. Yeah, so it's just the Yotoi leaves and the other, the Yadles. Cool. Cool. So we should be able to just extend this train track and hook up another station here and just get both of those things running. Head back up to the mall and pick up those buildings, and this will be a pretty quick upgrade. And then, as I was saying, once we have the Dingrit upgrade done, we can start work on the prereqs for the new fuel rod Mark IIs and the upgraded Bodos. Not gotten the buildings yet. Oh, right. These need concrete walls. Oh, these take forever. All right. right. Well, while we're waiting for this, let's go over the to-do list. Let's take a look at YAFC and let's kind of make sure we know what our plan is. So the to-do list is coated containers, fuel rods, and bodos, which is what I've got in YAFC as well here. We have to upgrade lead containers. We have to do advanced coating as its own build. And that feeds into coated containers. This is using heaps of diamonds. How much diamond do I make? Yeah, alright. That's like doubling our diamond consumption. Awesome. And we're already at, well, we're only at like half a belt of kimberlite coming in, which is not that much, but it's also just hard to get more. I guess I can... I mean, I can speed module the mines, right? That's a thing. And that would get us to a pretty good place. I'd have to upgrade the processing, but we would get an extra couple of diamonds a second. So maybe that is something we should consider doing. I'm pretty sure I checked and none of these steps are proddable. Yeah, this is all... Ore processing usually isn't, but there's a couple that are. So yeah, all I can really do is speed the mines. Which will mean figuring out... Actually, this is fun. Watch this. If I export the shopping list to a combinator... Whoops. One shopping list combinator. And then I add the speed modules. And then we export this again to a constant combinator. And if I throw an arithmetic combinator on here, this one can do each signal times -1. Output each signal. And it's not powered. Now if I have another requester chest, and I sum the negatives of the new version with the... Oh no, this is opposite. Sorry, I want to be subtracting... I want the new minus the old, right? Because I want to have what I need to add. So if I do that, and I set requests based on signals, we get our 21 speed modules, plus all of the other changes in buildings for each... Yeah, this says we need 4 chemical plants. Right now we need 7, and I'm assuming previously we needed, 3. So that is correct. So this is going to end up being everything we need for upgrading diamond to handle speed modules on our input. Awesome. I'm going to add that to our to-do list. Because I think we're going to have some time to kill while we're waiting for the techs for nuclear, so we may as well do some things like this that need to get done. And yeah, speed modules on the volcanic pipe mines will help a lot. All of those are down here. Although I only see 5 of them here. Do I have a couple more somewhere else that are on a different network? No, there's only 5 of them occupied. Okay. Why did I have 7 in Yafsi? And the bigger question is, was I scaled for 5 or for 7 already? If we look at diamond processing, we start with 2 crushers. And that is scaled for 5. Okay. Because at 7, we should have had 3. Yes. Okay. Good to know. That means that I need to re-export my combinators. So this is old. Export as a combinator. Old. And then new when I add the speed modules. There we go. And now there's going to be some extra stuff, yeah, that this is going to want to remove. And that is fine. We should have a bunch of the buildings getting crafted. Yeah, I believe everything. I mean, obviously, we were using this mall when we did diamonds, right? So I think... Excuse me. I think everything should be in the allow list already. Ooh, sorry, had a tickle in my throat there. Yeah, I should be able to do this for upgrades, like, in general, right? Be able to grab constant combinators out of Yafsi. Whoops. I kept a bunch of Yadel spores in my inventory. Oh well. Why do I have 3 speed modules? What are those for? Were those for something with Yadels? Did I forget to put those down? No, there's no speed modules over there. I don't know what I'm holding on to speed modules for. Oh, I have a request for them. Okay. I'm not holding on to them for anything. It's a leftover request from something I already did. I just didn't delete the request. Okay, we're waiting for one more Dingrit pack. That'll be fine. Okay, so the diamond scale up, this should be relatively straightforward. We just have to watch out for things like here, where we're now over a belt on kimberlite residues. And how all that stuff, like, feeds back around. Well, we will have to keep an eye on our belt totals. Possibly upgrade some things to red belts, but that's not a big deal. Otherwise, this should be pretty straightforward to upgrade. We built this in a way that it's easy to scale. We did that on purpose. Dingrits are good. Lead containers need to be upgraded. Advanced coating and coated containers need to be done. Fuel rod Mark II is going to be, well, this will suck down as many coated containers and as much americium as we give it, is the reality of how this is going to work. And then in nuclear sample land, this is really all of our nuclear processing. We have some bigger rebuilds to do here. We were talking about that on Tuesday. I want to move away from neutron capture. If we go down here, we can see I've got all these neutron absorbers, and it's really hard to be like correct with these and to get all your ratios right. And there's probably some combinator shenanigans I could do to, like, when I have too much of certain isotopes, do this or that or the other thing. But all of this reprocessing also just sucks down plutonium peroxide, and we get more efficient use of plutonium peroxide if we just let it decay. If we just pile up, you know, a dozen deposits for every isotope and just let it decay. It feels wasteful. It is wasteful. But it's somehow less wasteful to to just let the stuff decay than to try to do anything with it. Ooh, we are running low on trains. All right, we might have to make a few more trains then. How is this the one that kept failing? Right, it's bringing in a train of hydrogen chloride. It's sitting at about 35,000, which is about when it should want to train. But we're also very nearly out of refined syngas, and it's not getting a refined syngas delivery. Is that the issue? You know, I bet in other cases where we hit this, like, almost running out threshold, yeah, look at this, we're going to hit 25K. Well, we want to hit 20K. But look at this, we're running out of syngas entirely. It's got to be something to do with that. With, like, what these exact consumption ratios are and the fact that we're running out of refined syngas. Also, that means I need more refined syngas, so maybe we should look into that. Yeah, so this is filtered syngas, which is probably not the most efficient recipe we should be using. We've got this one, which should be making refined syngas as a byproduct of making natural gas, but we're full on natural gas. Okay. So we're not pushing this one. Are we full on natural gas because bees broke again? No, bees are running. Bees are running great. Look at that. Yeah, I think this bigger buffer... has hopefully resolved things. Although we're making queens right now, which makes me nervous. But we have plenty of eggs in the loop, so... Oh yeah, we're doing fine. But you can see, like, this belt is not backed up. So my thought when I fixed this about needing a deeper buffer here, so that... when we had situations where we were sucking down eggs and not making as many bees, for example, when the queens were running, we would have enough of a buffer to make those eggs. And I think that is the situation we were running into. But now we have enough queens again, so the system is stabilized. Cool! Good to see. So yeah, refined syngas. Oh, I've also got this, which turns refined syngas into acid gas. I probably shouldn't be using this. I mean, it's not running anyway, because we're out of refined syngas, but, like... Okay, this is low priority for acid gas, but it's not full, which means we're using it. Yeah. So I need more refined syngas, or maybe I just need more acid gas so that we're not using the refined syngas recipe here. Let's take a look at our options for both of those. Let's start with that, because this is something that's just broken. And acid gas is almost certainly just sulfuric acid demand, realistically. So, ooh, this is relatively new. Tailings to acid gas using biofilm. I'll have to look at how expensive biofilm really is. We are using... Are we using this loop? The, like, pyrite to iron oxide to acid gas loop from sulfur? I don't know if we are. We could certainly set that up. Tailings we're doing... I think our current tailings processing is this recipe. Down here. Yeah. We do a lot of tailings processing. Syngas to everything. Oh, methanol and syngas to refined syngas and acid gas. Recipes like this are just such a pain to use the way I've designed this base. Gasoline and flue gas to almost nothing. I do think I'm running this as our flue gas void right now, but it's really just a flue gas void. Cadaveric arums to seeds and acid gas? Is that what we're doing in our arums right now when we get seeds out? No, we're just doing the arum seeds. But this doesn't give extra seeds. This is 1-to-1. Okay. So this would change our ratios for what we're trying to export from the build. Because this is... The botanical nursery recipe is 2-to-1, whereas this is 1-to-1. Hot air and coal bed gas. I think I do have this set up somewhere with like a little coal bed mine, but it's practically nothing. Okay. So... Boy. None of these are jumping out to me as like, obviously I should be pivoting to that one. I feel like this is the right one, which means that I really do just need to improve my refined syngas production. And if that is the case, this is the one we're running right now. Syngas and activated carbon. We've got this one set up as part of our natural gas processing, but it's just an overflow step. Outlet gas? Is this what I need to... Do I need to be getting into, like, the outlet gas chain, finally, that I've been avoiding thinking about? There's also raw coal stage 3 stuff that I didn't look into. Or do we scale up syngas production and keep filtering it with activated carbon? Coal dust and water to ash and syngas. From coal processing 3. Don't I just, like, void my coal dust right now? Yes. So what if we just upgrade this to make a little bit of syngas as a byproduct, instead of just burning it and voiding the steam? It's a lot less ash. Do I care? Maybe. I actually am not sure where we're at on, like, needing ash versus not having it. It's not a ton of syngas a second, though. So, like, yes, I should do this, because this is a more effective use of my coal dust. But this is not going to solve our problems on its own. Residual gas, coal gas to syngas and tar. Coke oven gas to flue gas and syngas. I do have the hot syngas setup done. So, like, naphtha to syngas is probably also worth thinking about. I don't know what I'm doing with my naphtha right now. Where's hot syngas? Hot syngas is up here. Is this all running? Oh, this is backed up, so I have plenty of syngas. Okay. In that case, the question is really about the activated charcoal. Getting audited? That is, absolutely no fun. All right. I mean, this is it for activated carbon. There's one recipe. Yeah, I think we just expand this. I hate to just expand this. This feels not fantastic, but I don't... Nothing else was really jumping out at me as, like, obviously correct. Maybe bio-oil, if I can make bio-oil in reasonable quantities. Or, again, maybe the outlet gas. Maybe the outlet gas chain. Let's look at the outlet gas chain. All right, Yafsi thinks this one is real good. The coal slime overflow and industrial solvent. So let's start with this one. Let's see what Yafsi thinks about that. Coal underflow pulp. Yeah, the problem is this is all going to be, like, ridiculous coal processing steps. I'd have to, like, replace one of my existing coal processing builds with this whole thing. Water, organic solvent, and coarse coal makes high ash coal fines, and then the coal fines pulp goes to thickened coal fines, which I can't do anything with? Okay. Well then no, we can't use this processing line, can we? Like, eventually, yes, but we need space science. Wait, is that space? No. That's... Is that space? Yeah, that is space. No, that's utility. That's just yellow. What does space science look like in this? Ah, this one. Yeah, it's the other white. Okay, they are both white spheres, in my defense. They... Okay, but yeah, so utility science... Sorry, I'm looking at it right here. Utility science is the one that's on that icon. This is space science. Either way, we can't use this path yet, because we don't have a way to deal with the thickened coal fines that we get out of the process. I mean, unless these things have fuel values? Doesn't look like it. Oh, wait. No. Sorry, that turns into coal. My bad. I missed an option. So we just don't use the thickened coal fines at all. And we start with raw coal, making coal fines pulp. Yep. Which we turn right into coal. And high ash coal fines, which turns into the coal slime overflow, and that's our syngas. And then all the rest of this is whatever. So this really just replaces my coal processing, is what it does. And if I change this to be raw coal in at a belt... oh. Yeah, there we go. We can see that this makes us like 2 belts of coal from a belt of raw coal. What's our current coal processing? Oh god. Well, this says 18 a second raw coal. Is this the process we're using still? I have 3 different coals. Yeah. I think this is the process we're using. So it is only slightly more efficient as far as the coal goes. Because we are not scaled to exactly 28 a second here. We're scaled to 23 and a third a second. Yeah, that's 15 a second raw coal. Yeah, 1020, and then here we're just crushing this for 3.3. And what we instead would do is all this extra processing. And that gets us an extra, like, 5 coal a second, plus a little bit of syngas. Not even that much syngas. And, like, yes, our actual build, I think, is 3 belts of coal. But still, we're not even hitting 100 refined syngas a second. For, like, lots of weird expensive inputs. I feel like this is not worth looking into right now. I am... So the other one I was thinking about was the outlet gas chain, which, yeah, comes from coke oven gas. And I believe I'm already voiding coke oven gas somewhere. Oh, directly to syngas. Okay. So we bring in 125 coke oven gas max, and we turn that into syngas. And then here, if we wanted to scale to that, what would that be? Not quite. 225, if my calculations are even. Well, nope, that's 150. I wanted 125. 200? Close. I mean, this would be a reasonable scale to build it at because we're looking at like 2 filters here. $300 actually. 300 out, 200 in. None of these are proddable, I assume. Yeah. So we could do this, and then this also spits out a huge amount of sulfur, which... Yeah, this is refined syngas negative. Okay. Although, can't I also turn my flue gas into refined syngas eventually? Turn it into syngas and turn that into refined syngas. Ooh, methanol processing too. That's... Yeah, and then we're very acid gas positive. Ooh, and some of these steps are even proddable. Scaling it to, like, I mean, 150 in would be reasonable. We have a couple of half buildings at that scale, but we're... The old coke oven gas is scaled to 125, so... Oh, but these ones should be doubled if we're going to prod to them. I mean, that's fine. That just changes their ratios. Because, yeah, okay, and that gets us exactly one red belt of sulfur, although getting exactly one red belt out of 3 buildings is going to be a pain. So I could rebuild our void coke oven gas to this, which mostly turns it into an acid gas processing plant. It spits out a little bit of extra refined syngas as a byproduct, but this huge acid gas boost would heavily supplement this current build that we're doing, right? Actually, it is almost exactly the same amount of it. It would heavily supplement this, which would decrease our refined syngas demand in the main base. So maybe this is what we want to do, is we want to get rid of this and turn it into this. And then, you know, a few small things here. Yeah, that's only... I mean, it's only 4 input items, which is very manageable. It's a big build, but that's also fine. And that would replace this build. we would want to rip this up and... How does this work? Why do I have multiple syngas tanks? How did I do this? Okay. So this is the flue gas out, which goes here, and that is hooked up to the same syngas here. So what is this syngas from? This is from this flue gas, which is... Oh, this is the hot syngas processing, which also turns its... Okay, I just have these two things unnecessarily bound up with each other. And I don't know why I did it that way, but I shouldn't have. Got it. Anyway, yeah, we would tear this down. And... I mean, Red Hot Coke makes some coke oven gas. Oh, this is actually backed up. Wait. Our coke oven gas void is insufficient. Is Red Hot Coke broken right now? Yeah, kind of. Okay. I'm glad I caught this then. We need more coke oven gas void capability anyway. So if we're going from 125, I mean, to one, maybe I do build this at the whole, no half buildings, 300 a second scale, 1,000 acid gas a second, just to really... I don't think this can run at this scale. I don't think we're producing that much extra coke oven gas, but it's more than what this currently consumes. So... I believe the current void has to be running full time if stuff is backed up. Like, that's just how it works. Yeah, it's not getting deliveries yet. Yeah, one train with this stop, and we just hit 35,000. So yeah, the current void is running full time, although that goes to syngas, and like, we have plenty of other syngas options. So doing the broader, the updated one that gets us the outlet gas and gets us... We're going to output a little bit of refined syngas, but mostly, again, I'm replacing our acid gas production with this, and then we're not sucking down as much of the refined syngas that we make in other ways. Largely only because this spits out so much sulfur, and I don't want to have to try to deal with that. And it's just way easier to process it on site using the refined syngas that we're getting anyway. It is a lot of activated carbon. Yeah, 10 times as much activated carbon. So we might have to scale up activated carbon. I don't know how much activated carbon I'm making right now. Not enough. Oh, this can be prodded, though. Okay, so we should also rebuild activated carbon, is what I'm seeing. Uh-huh. Interesting. Yeah, we get the hydrogen back, of course. Plus now... too much. Wait, why can't I link the chlorine? Oh, because we're linked on the hydroxide. Ooh. Actually, prodding this is bad. Oh, that stinks. Because here the hydroxide to chlorine ratio is correct. If we prod the zinc chloride step, it throws off the hydroxide to chlorine ratio. But this should be what we want to build, I think. Well, that's not that much more. I guess we should do it at a full belt a second. We can use efficiency modules and the electrolyzers, save a little bit of power. All right. So yeah, activated carbon build. The old coke oven gas to syngas needs to get deleted, and I'm going to leave the tab open to remind myself that we need to do that. And then we will rebuild. This is not refined syngas via outlet gas. This is void coke oven gas to acid gas and refined syngas. That is a title if ever there was one. I also maybe want to do this. Yeah, I want to update the coal dust void as well, and we already have the upgrades for industrial diamond. Okay. We have a pile of stuff to work on. This is a lot of coal dust. I've just realized. I guess we can do this on site. It's a lot of ball mills. But I feel like we kind of have to. I'm worried we don't have space at the current activated carbon build either to scale something up that big. Yeah, that would be tough to scale this out to be twice as big. So this might be a total rebuild, is what I'm seeing. It's just a new activated carbon build, and then we can shut this one down eventually. Okay, that is going to be a new activated carbon build, someplace where I have more space. Okay. Where do I have that kind of space? I'm not really sure. I'll have to think about that. So what's the order of operations here, though? We can't do this until we've improved the activated carbon. This coal dust void change we can do whenever we want. Similarly with tearing down this build. So I think I do have to do the activated carbon first. Let's get our shopping lists into the game, though. Give this a name. Activated carbon. And let me grab the other one. Also to a warehouse, because these are big request amounts. And you are coke oven gas void. Okay. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so I am going to step away and get some water during the ad break, and that'll give the mall some time to catch up on all of these buildings that we need. And when we come back, we will start working on these updated builds and scaling up that... again, hopefully by scaling up our acid gas production, we reduce demand on refined syngas, and I don't have to scale up refined syngas. But if we do have to scale it up, at least we'll have more activated carbon. I'll see everyone in a few minutes, and we'll get going on that. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Okay, we're still waiting on some of these things. These are a lot of buildings in these requests. While we're waiting for those to finish up, let's go do the updated coal dust void, because what occurred to me while I was stretching my legs during the break is that if we're going to have our updated activated carbon be running off of coal and processing that down to coal dust on site, we are going to have less of a sink on our active coal dust, plus additional coal dust that's the byproduct of making all that coal. So I want to make sure that the coal dust void is ready to handle that. So we're gonna upgrade this to be able to do 2 belts or a red belt feeding into 4 gasifiers here. And hopefully that will be enough. We're gonna tear the whole thing apart. This actually needs to become a... Oof, 2 trains with this stop. All right. I was gonna say, this needs to become a high throughput station, because we want to be able to handle multiple belts coming through into this. I think we can leave this part here because we're still going to have an ash output. One more train on the way. Yeah. It's pretty close. No, it's not. Oh, it's still picking up. That's going to be annoying. I can't rebuild this station until that train is through. What is this stuff that's down here, though? If I'm adding more train stations, what am I interfering with? This iron goes into... Yeah, this is all the old base. None of this matters. I'm not worried about this breaking anything. Although it looks like the smart place pretty much did the right thing and was able to put undergrounds around, so it should be fine. Oh, nope, wrong build. Sorry, fluid pickup station. This is going to be the syngas, which is a whopping 70 syngas a second. Not a huge amount. I'm literally just waiting for this train to make its way up here. I can't tear this down until the train arrives. If I do, things are going to break. I guess I can start. We're going to have it coming along here, right? It'll be pushed out this way. 1 or 2 spots. I think 2, right? So it should come in like... Oh, and actually here. Because these ones are going to be the same. We're going to have... No, but those won't be stack inserters on that side. So yeah, here. I think it'll be like that. That is going to feed into our gasifiers. And these are making syngas from coal dust and water. Is that the recipe? That is the recipe. All right, high throughput drop off. I was wrong. I was off by 1. This should be in the void network. And low priority and requesting all of the coal dust. There we go. Each of these uses 7.5, so that's like... three inserters. Output-wise, just a teeny tiny amount of ash. That should do it. This just needs to be marked as high priority. Because this is the output of a void. Same with this one, output of a void. It has overflow logic. What I should do is also make this a high throughput. Even though we generate very little ash from this process, we still want a high throughput station here. I talk about this every time I do this, but because ash stacks to 1,000, it takes a long time for the trains to load and unload. So anytime I'm dealing with ash, I always put a high throughput station, just so we can get the ash on and off the train in a reasonable amount of time. So this should be good. This can handle, in theory, a whole red belt of... Why is that? Oh, I didn't put the inserters in place. That would explain why it's not working. But yeah, that's rolling through at full speed. That is 30 items a second. Beautiful. All right, one thing done. Let me close that tab in YAFC so I know it's done. How is the mall doing over here with these things? We are one short on the activated carbon build, and we are still many, many short on the gas processing units for the coke oven gas upgrade. Why are the gas processing units so bad? We're missing... Oh, we're just straight up out of self-assembly monolayer material at the mall. That sounds bad. How long has this been broken? I'm bad at this game, guys. So we've made this stuff in the past. I must have redone this, changed how this was set up for some reason. I don't remember why I would have done that, but obviously I did it. Maybe I changed it when I set up the other special alloy. I changed the routing of the pipes. Anyway, I have a mod that makes sure I can't do this now. I didn't have that mod back then. So that's been broken for... at least 10 hours. That has been broken for 7.1 days. And each day is what? 5 or 6 streams. I stream for 4 or 5 hours most of the time. So this has been broken for 35 to 40 streams. What's the current week number of 2026? It is week 19, which means that this has been broken all year and then some. This has been broken since Thanksgiving? No, more than that even. Because it's the middle of May, so we're like 4 months back. December, November, October, September, half of August. Okay, this has been broken for a long time, is my point. Oh. Well, we're gonna go fix it. We have no choice. But I am deeply, deeply upset at myself right now. It's impressive that it took this long to notice, but all of this is stuff that's like produced and consumed in very small quantities, and the large depots that I use for trains can mask issues when we only consume things in small quantities. I'm going to cut through here, and this is probably the wrong choice. It's probably slower than going around, but it feels better. All right, I fixed it. Problem is, it's going to take a while for that to, like, rebuffer and get sent over here. But if that's the only thing these are missing, then at least it should be able to turn back on relatively easily. All right, well, that's frustrating. Always frustrating when I find something that's been broken for many hours because I did something stupid a long time ago. That might be the longest I have ever seen something be broken for, though. Like, that is significant. That has been broken for months and months and months of real time. All right, well, at least I believe the activated carbon should be good right now, so we can get the rebuild of activated carbon done. And this looks like it's got everything we need. So yeah, we can do the build of activated carbon. We're not going to be able to do this where the existing activated carbon build is. It's just too big of a build. Where do I want to try to put it, though? I maybe go south here and do it right here. Or go north here and do it here, although we've got a bunch of these resource rocks in the way. Yeah, it's hard to go south here. I don't know if I can go south here because I had to route this around this resource rock. It's going to be an awkward intersection. Should be okay. We've also got space down here, I guess, where I've started to add some things. We've got space over... Oh, yeah, we've got space over here where we're not really doing anything. This area is weird because I've got my diamond mines down here. I don't know how well that shows up on stream. But, like, the diamond mines are crisscrossing this whole area, so it's really hard to add other builds through here. Maybe pointed south here, and then we have all this space to build. Yeah, I don't hate that. Let's do that. It's as good a plan as any that I've got. As always, hundreds of bots trying to bring me asphalt. But if I request less of it, then I just run out when I'm out doing things. So... And then I do want to make sure that I tear down the old activated carbon build because this one has prod and that one does not. So we don't want to be... We don't want to be pulling from the one that lacks prod. If I check YAFC, we have to bring in a lot of coal. Yeah. I think I'm going to make coal its own dedicated station just because there's so much of it. And then we'll have a fluid station for the saline and the nitrogen, a solid station for zinc and lamp, and then the hydrogen will be an output along with the activated carbon. So we're going to have 5 stations in total. That's fine. All right, bring in as much coal as humanly possible. We're going to need it. And then at 37.5 items a second, that is more than our red belt. So we will go ahead and do a stacked yellow belt. And that feeds 30 ball mills. All right. That is a lot of ball mills. Yeah, and that ends up doubling to 75 items a second. 75 items a second is more than I can even fit on a fully stacked yellow belt, isn't it? Yes, although not for long. I could take this, and then 75 would be one fully stacked yellow belt, right? I don't want to have to rely on having that tech, though. So I think we are going to do it as a stacked red belt, and yes, that's overkill. And we'll just deal with that. Input to this is 1.25 items a second. Sorry, that's just a single. What am I at? 10. That should be 15. Yes. Then 15 more. And then right here is where we swap the sides of the belt. And since this is a stacked red belt, it should have plenty of extra capacity. So I don't have to worry about the last ones at the ends of the belt having any weirdness. Needing to, like, reshuffle to side load or anything like that. We should be fine. My only concern is that I built this really close in. So this goes into 10 of these guys. Activated carbon. Yes, 7.5 a second each. The nitrogen will be on the output side, just because there's fewer things going on there. These are going to have 1.5 items. I'm going to try the red inserter. I might need a second red inserter. And the output of each of these is 1.5 items a second, which should be just a yellow inserter. Should have done all of this before I copied and pasted it everywhere, but that is just how it goes. For a total of 15 a second. Which, in theory, this is fine, but we might run into some oddness with the last one and keeping the belt full, and if we do, we'll adjust. It's fine. Okay. So that's good as far as that goes, and that just feeds a normal pickup station that can go right here and be our output. So now we've got two other things we need. Well, we need the nitrogen, but we need sodium hydroxide and we need zinc chloride. And those are coming in at 10 a second sodium hydroxide and 5 a second zinc chloride. I'm going to make that a yellow belt. And that does mean that we're going to have to stack the oh, maybe I just make it a red belt so we're not stacking. Stack inserters are more expensive than a few red belts, honestly. Plus, here's a question. Does this red belt with its stupidly long undergrounds... not quite. But, like, very nearly. We can get all the way across there pretty easily. Where is my tree deleter? There we go. So over on this side, I'm going to bring in lamps and zinc plates. Because those are the two things we need for the prerequisites. And then we're also going to need a fluid input, so let's do that. We need nitrogen, and we need saline. And everything else here is redundant. The nitrogen comes right across. Done. Easy. The saline, we are going to need to... Well, we do two things with it, right? The way that I have this set up is we electrolyze the saline water. That makes the sodium hydroxide we need. And then the chlorine and the hydrogen go right into making hydrogen chloride and then zinc chloride. And then the hydrogen we export as a byproduct. And these things are correctly ratioed as long as we don't prod the zinc chloride step. Which is why we're not prodding the zinc chloride step. Otherwise, we end up with extra chlorine as well. I mean, we could prod the zinc chloride step and end up with extra chlorine. Because, like, since I'm rebuilding it anyway, adding the extra output is not a big deal. I feel like I should do that. But, oh, the chemical plant Mark IIs we probably aren't going to be able to make, though. Right? Because we're out of the red stuff. The self-assembly monolayer. And almost certainly chem plant Mark IIs need that, because they're Mark II buildings, and every Mark II building needs that. It's going to take forever. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this, and I'm going to request the chem plant Mark IIs. And the associated exactly 17 of those. And exactly 34 prod modules. but we're not actually going to be able to make those yet. If I look, we're going to see that this is, yeah, this needs the self-assembly monolayer material. So all of our buildings are stuck waiting for that. So I will build this without that, but I will build this planning to do it. So we will have 2 fluid outputs down here. And we'll set up the overflow on the chlorine. But for now, we're going to be built at this scale. Because we still need 4 of these chemical plants making HCl, even with the prod here. But what I'll be able to do when I come back is swap it back for the chem plant Mark 1s. So we've got 20 of these, and then when we prod it, we'll have 17. Okay, that's fine. That is fine for now. So first things first is the saltwater electrolysis, though. So let's get that part hooked up. And then this feeds directly into hydrogen chloride production. But both of these need overflow valves because they can both, once we have everything prodded, they can both overflow because we need more hydroxide than hydrogen and chlorine. So those will both overflow down here to a couple of fluid pickup stations. And these are both going to need to be marked as high priority because they are byproducts. Oh, I should turn off this input. Otherwise, these are just going to constantly dump through these pipes. And that would be silly. Cool. I probably need to gate these running on something, right? Otherwise... So these need to be like... Because we have overflow valves on both halves of this output, if... Well, no, because ultimately we have sodium hydroxide as well, and the sodium hydroxide will back up. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. Never mind. Let me get rid of all those wires then. Yeah, because the hydroxide will back up. That'll be our... Each of these makes 2 a second, which... Oh, yeah, that's right. I said I was just going to run this on a red belt, and that's what I'm going to do. There we go. So that'll be hydroxide. Whoops. Okay. And then the next step is we need to make hydrogen chloride in chemical plants. Can I do this? Yeah, I'm actually going to route this up here. Just give myself a little bit more room to work. So, chemical plants are going to go like here. And I'm assuming these, yeah, these ones have to be right next to each other. Hydrogen chloride from hydrogen, chlorine, and lamp. There we go. That's really annoying. I think we got to do this, like, over one more. There we go. Well, technically we don't actually have to do that, do we? We can put those back. Yeah, we do the hydrogen as the one that sticks out extra. And then chlorine right here. All the chlorine. Okay. And we need to bring lamps down and feed them in, as well as potentially feed lamps out, because these have a chance of holding on to their lamp. They bring in 1/4 of a lamp, and they output... Okay. So if all of these have a pair of inserters, and we get ourselves just like a sushi belt, and we do a little gap here so that we're side loading onto the same side of the belt that... No, we don't want to do that. Because this will be full, and then we won't be able to output to the same side. What I need is to get the return... I'm trying to make, like, the in and the out both be able to be a close-by belt, so I don't have to use a long-handed inserter. And I think I can do it. I just have to think about it a little bit. So if we do this, like that, that outputs the inner lane onto this. That's going to only take the one lane. Oh, but I don't want to necessarily... Yeah, we want to do that, like, at this end. Okay. We want the lamps that are coming in to not, like, go all the way around and get blocked. Yeah, so we do this here. This is going to be just the lamps that are output on the outer lane here. Sorry, on the inner... Outer relative to the chemical plants, because that's where the inserters... I'm not even looking at the right game. How long have I been looking at the wrong thing? I'm sorry about that. So what I'm trying to do, now that you all can actually see what I'm looking at, is get the input and the output lamps on the same belt. So these are going to output to the far lane, which is going to get taken... And actually, I think I want to swap input it... Oh, God. Hitting the wrong buttons. I want to swap input and output here. And that's just so that this one can take from this tile. So when they output, it'll go down here, loop around, and then that needs to be merged with input priority. And then I need to swap which side of the lane this is on. That is ugly. But then as long as our other source of lamps is putting them on the correct side. And I think we take this whole thing and we shuffle it over. Right, those end up on this side of the belt. Essentially, we're making it a sushi belt, but we're treating the two halves a little bit differently. Yeah, so these will all load up. And then when they output their lamps, only the output lamps get looped back around. And then as those output lamps come back around, they will be the priority input here to add more lamps to the loop. Yeah, this works. It's a little weird, but it works. Yeah, the only issue is that this pipe is in a funny place. We're going to have to do a little zigzag. But that's always an issue when you have belts coming right off of machines like this. All right, so the hydrogen chloride combines with the zinc plate in a whole bunch more chemical plants. To make the zinc chloride for us. And these are the ones that are going to be swapped out for ones with prod. But for now, that is not going to happen. And zinc plate also needs to come in here. How much zinc plate? 5 a second. Okay. And input to each of these is just 1/4 a second, and once they're prodded, it will be even less. Wait, no, it'll be the same. Uh-oh. I've only got 10 of these here. We need 20 of these. We might have to put these on in 2 rows. Oops. I didn't really think about that. Just because we're expanding too far to the west here, we don't really have any space to work anymore. Of course, that doesn't quite connect. No, we can make that less stupid. Let's fix this belt instead of... that's also bad. There is our zinc chloride out. And then all of this gets mirrored vertically. Can you see the map? Yeah. Any part in particular? I'm happy to zoom in on anything you want to see in detail. Very much expanded since I started. Yes. Just a touch. Just a little bit bigger. Oh, you haven't seen a stream in a while? Yeah, welcome back in. Yeah, I don't hate this. How many hours are we in? 716 hours, 35 and a half minutes. Of course. Can I do this? Yes. And that's probably about halfway through. Okay, I think this is ready to go. No, it's not. This is not hooked up. Not that we are making a lot of chlorine right now. But they should all start to turn on. Yeah. And once I prod the zinc chloride step, then we'll have excess chlorine and some of this blipping won't be a problem. I think I voided Well, I can probably unvoid it, right? If I flip this pump and replace the overflow valve. There we go. Now we can put the overflow valve back. And that should have everything like, yeah, everything is now saturated before it overflows anything. That's what we want to see. We're pulling very little of the... I think the zinc chloride is just still making its way down the belt and filling up all the machines, so we're not yet making enough. Yeah. Harumph. I can flip this back around, but I think this is going to be a little wonky. I have vague memories of this being an issue before. Where, like, the balance of the hydrogen to the the balance of the chlorine with the sodium hydroxide. Until all of these machines are running, we're not pulling enough sodium hydroxide, so we're not making enough chlorine to run the... Yeah. And actually, until we get prod in this stage, then we don't want to void chlorine at all, actually. So it's correct to have this pipe just not. Because we should be at exactly balanced chlorine consumption. Okay. So this should be making me... Yeah, this is what I was worried about. We have some gaps. All right. How do I want to fix that? There's a couple of ways to fix it, but... I can either add another output inserter. Yeah, I don't know how well you can see this with the stream compression, but every once in a while, these are in the process of swinging when a gap comes by, and that means that we're not going to be fully saturating the belt, even though 10 of these should make exactly 15 a second. So, that means that I just need to adjust how I'm running this belt. The easiest way to fix it is just to upgrade it. Take the last two machines and sideload their outputs. Yeah, that is... Yeah. Do the sideload wiggle a machine further up and then sideload the last two. Yeah, that would work. Well, I still have to get one more thing. Yeah, this is the same issue we talked about, I know. Yeah, so if I sideload here, and then sideload this one, that's almost right. Yeah, the easiest way to fix this is to swap to a fast inserter. That might or might not fix it, depending on the timing, but yeah. I also, again, I could just make this red belts, and that would be fine. Like, red belts would have plenty of bandwidth to run this. Alright, it has been another hour. That means that Twitch wants to run another ad break. As usual, I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the ad break. Single product output stack inserter. I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break, and when we come back, we'll Yeah, I'll figure out this. There's a I just need to adjust the side loading so it does the right thing. And I will figure that out. And I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, let's fix this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, side load here. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these side loads on one side of the belt. Then the other one needs to side load on the other side of the belt, which is probably a cleaner way to make it do that, but that does the job. That should work. It's a little ugly, but it works. If I wanted it to be less ugly, Something like that. And then they're all side loading, so at least it looks consistent. Oh, I am still short on chlorine. That's why this system isn't working right. I thought I had drained this overflow output, but I forgot that the pumps had some in them. That should hopefully make enough extra hydrogen chloride to push out what we need here and get the system actually running correctly. Yeah. Now I can flip these back, and then we just have to turn this pump around, well, and add an overflow valve back once we are ready to overflow chlorine, which will not happen until we upgrade these and add prod. All right, this, I mean, that side looks good. This side, oh, we're still waiting on the zinc chloride to make its way down. That's fine. We might need another tank for saline water so that we can request more and have more in flight simultaneously. I'm just gonna do that. And that way we can request like up to 5 trains of saline water at once instead of only 2. And that should help to keep this running a little more consistently, I hope. How are we doing on our special alloy that we had to start redoing? It is... God, this is so slow. I could speed this up, and maybe I should, although I probably can't make a Mark II smelter, can I? Nope. It needs the self-assembly monolayer material. Well, everything is screwed up until that gets fixed. I can hand... maybe I should, just to start getting things moving. Because each self-assembly monolayer... Alright, in theory it's 1-to-1, but they are prodded 20%. Alright. So we do need quite a bit of that chromium, molybdenum, nickel special alloy. So even if I hand-delivered that right now with 20% prod, we still would not be at a train load here, so there's no point in me doing it. Oh, I really fucked that up. Having this broken for so long. At least the other one has had plenty of time to buffer. Why do I make twice as much of this? Is that actually what we need? Do we need twice as much? No, we need the same amount. Do we use it in something else? Ah, vat brain cartridges. Okay. Fair enough. So yes, I do need a little extra of that. How are my cartridges doing, by the way? We're out of brains at this station. That's somewhat expected. Ah, but we've got more on the way. All right. I'm not sure that I actually make enough brains for, like, all this stuff to run, so... Okay, well, this is running, at least. It's not running perfectly. I've got some weird issues with, like... And maybe I just need to put a little bit of a buffer in on the sodium hydroxide so that we can make more HCl. Oh, no, we're out of zinc. What? What? Oh, shoot. I didn't filter these. All right, never mind. That's not what's wrong. I thought it was hydrogen chloride, but it's not. It's that I forgot to filter my inserters. How many lamps am I supposed to request? None. All of those go in there. Activated carbon, zinc chloride here. Okay. So once these get their zinc plates all the way down the end, again, we should see them turning on better. And then that should pull through enough of the sodium hydroxide to run this more consistently. Because all of these should be sitting on a bunch of hydrogen chloride, right? Yeah, at least a couple of crafts worth. And there's probably a bunch in the pipes. Yeah, there's a bunch in the pipes. Okay, there we go. That looks better. And we do have a lot more saline water coming consistently here. Yeah. So that... Hopefully this will actually turn on, like, full speed. I mean, even if it doesn't, it's already better than the old build. Yeah, already better than the old build. So let's go, oh, efficiency modules. What are these for? Oh, the electrolyzers. Yeah, almost forgot about that. Let's go tear down the old build for activated charcoal. We shouldn't need it anymore. We can also pave while we are here. So where is activated carbon? Down here now. And the old one is left, up, right, up, right. Left, up. Right. right, and it should be coming up right around... Oh, right, I got rid of the label. It's here, right? Yeah. Let's get rid of our input requests. We're just gonna let this whole thing kind of burn itself out. I think this hydrogen output is just from this, so that's fine. Still running, just slowly. Here's a question. Yeah, we needed it science as well as at the mall. But we only request a little bit at science, so I think when we make it, because of the prod bonus, I'm hoping we will have enough to deliver to the mall and to science. Fingers crossed. I am just trying to wait for this to finish making all of the activated carbon that it can, and I'm going to set this one as high priority on the output here, because I want this to get drained. But there's a lot of it in here, so I don't think we're gonna actually get to see this stop running at the moment. Yeah, fluid ingredient shortage. Okay. So this part at least is done. And those ones still kind of want to run, don't they? Apparently that was power for everything. That was a load-bearing power pole. So we can let this... Oh, well, if I unplug one of them, it should figure itself out, right? And send the fluids over to this one? Yeah. All right, and that's as much HCl as this can make. So all of this comes apart. All of this comes apart. All of the lamps come apart. I'm sitting on a lot of lamps. Those might just have to go back to the mall. And then everything else here, yeah, there's really not that much hydrochloric acid left. I think I just tear this up. I think I just tear this up. We're going to avoid a little bit of HCl and a little bit of hydrogen, but that's fine. The real question is, do we have space in our inventory? And the answer appears to be no. but it will be very close. All right, so this is set as high priority. The trains are going to try to drain this before they pull from the other one. Other than that, there's not a lot I can do here. I mean, I can drop this stuff off at the new build so that it gets used. It's a little bit of a long hike, but I have time to kill. We're waiting for several things to unblock themselves and fix themselves. So... all right, it wasn't that far of a trek down here. Oop, but we are already filled up on the output. Excellent. Coal dust in there. Zinc chloride in there. Which is definitely going to throw off all my ratios. Shouldn't I have also had some, Oh, yes, sodium hydroxide. Yeah, all these ratios are definitely screwed up now because I have put zinc chloride and sodium hydroxide in these machines, which is not great. I'm also going to do this. But when I come down here and swap these out for tier 2s with prod, we will end up with excess chlorine and hydrogen, and then the whole system should figure itself out. It should be able to rebalance at that point. At this point, it's a very careful balance. If you have too much of anything, it gets screwed up. And I don't know if, like, the sodium hydroxide that I brought in is balanced by how much zinc chloride I brought down. It ought to be, because it was the unused sodium hydroxide and unused zinc chloride. But I also am sure that I avoided some chlorine up top, so... who knows? Either way, we have plenty now, and, like, we have plenty up here, but we're going to start using a lot more very quickly, so... one of the things that I do potentially need to do is upgrade this. What is this using right now? Okay, this only uses 3 activated carbon a second. So we could, like, double this. Which we probably just should do. Yeah, let's just double that up, get ourselves more refined syngas now that we have the activated carbon. And then we'll deal with some of the other parts of the process later. So we're going to want 12 filter Mark 1s. The bots should be able to make these. No problem. It's just the Mark 2 buildings that they can't make. Yep, nothing weird with any of that stuff. In the meantime, do I have requests done? I don't have requests in for... I do have the stuff here for upgrading industrial diamonds. We could do that while we're waiting. Ugh, maybe we should do that next. Because all that is dropping some extra buildings in place and then adding the speed modules to the diamond mines. Oh, and I guess I also do have the buildings for the Dingrid upgrade, but the Dingrid upgrade is not urgent. Oop. This turn. Yeah, science is still running for now, but we are going to run out soon. I don't know how many chem science packs we have. All right, we have a lot of chem science packs. So we might not run out, like, imminently. But chem science is halted. Oh, we have a lot of chem. Okay. Science might run for a while. This might not be a problem. I don't think we're science pack limited anyway. I think we're VatBrain cartridge limited on these 4 VatBrain computers. How are we doing on our requests? The bots are trying. Let me clean out some of the excess stuff that I've ended up with from tearing some things down. All right, I think I'm good. Yeah, so I think the thing to do is going to be the industrial diamonds here, because I've got all the stuff for them. How close are we on the landfill? I mean, we probably don't. I'm not going to worry about that. We should have plenty of landfill for dropping a few buildings in place at an existing build. We're not running lots of rail. I'm not going to worry waiting for the bots to refill that. Takes too long. I am impatient. Where are diamonds? Diamonds are here. All right. So now, if I did this reasonably well, it shouldn't be too bad just going through each tier and being like, okay, currently there's 2 jaw crushers, outputting a total of, well, in theory, 8 items a second, but it's a little less than that. We're going to have 4 jaw crushers now, which means we do have to side load. Oof, yeah, our total is exactly 15 items a second. 11.6 of which is the kimberlites, which means this belt is going to need to become a red belt. Because we need to get 11.6 items on half of that belt. Well, or I need to change how we're merging these two belts so that it merges more cleanly. But I'm happy to just make it a red belt. 6 automated screeners here. And the total output of that recipe is 10.6 items a second. So again, yes, we need to side load. The secondary crusher Mark 1. Recrush kimberlite rejects. Yes. We need a second one of these. Yeah, and that's what feeds the other half of this belt. And in theory... if I let this run as both halves of this belt... then I can pull this in here. And that's a small enough amount that it fits merged in with just half of this. And that way I don't need to worry about using a red belt there. This step is wash kimberlite. Has a total of 6 items in, not a problem. Has a total of 18.4 items out. Oh, but I already have it split across 2 belts. But the sand alone, which is the inner belt, is 12 items a second. And everything else is 6 and change. Okay. So I believe I just need to sideload the sand, which is easier said than done here. And we need 6 of these? Yeah, we need 6 of these. All right, that's a little bit messy. But it does the job. Recrush pure kimberlite grade 2. 7.08 items in, 7.08 items out. That is fine with yellow belts. Total of 12 machines. Currently 6. So yeah, it's exactly doubled. Not all of these are going to be exactly doubled because not all of these are done with... the exact machine ratios are all weird, but it all... Ooh, did I have another secondary? Yes. Sorry. 4 of the first machine, 6 of the second machine, 2 of the third machine, 6 of the fourth machine, 12 here, and then this one is only going to have 7. We're only at... No, never mind, it's 8. It's 7.08 machines. What an awkward number. And then that one only outputs fluids, so that's easy. But we're going to need a lot more lime. We're pulling 18 lime a second now. I think the best way to do that is just to make this a red belt. I don't want to mess around with it. All right, there's the lime. The Kimberlite grade 3 is at 10.6 a second, which comes out as 5.89 from one and 4.72 from another. So side loading each half of that is fine. Centrifugal pan doing diamond tailings needs to go up to 18 machines, currently 9. Does it fit? Yes, just barely. Okay, and the output of that is 18 a second Kimberlite rejects. So I am just going to do that as a red belt. And then after 9 of them, we side load. All right. And then screening Kimberlite rejects only has a total of 19 a second items. So I think this side load is still going to be okay. That is a total of 19 automated screeners, and there are currently 9. Huh. Okay. That is 19. The output of that is 19 items a second. So again, we will just use this. The diamond reject side is actually 15.2 items a second, so that we need to change the way this side loads, because we need both sides of this belt. All right, so we're gonna put 9 on one side, 10 machines on the other side. And then that loops through to even more secondary crushers. Recrush diamond reject. Oh, this has 36.4 items per second in total. That is more than I can do with one red belt. But it outputs only 10 items in total. There's 14 secondary crushers, currently 7. Okay. So that's our output. But yeah, we are going to have a bottleneck here. Yeah, we got 10 of those, and we're going to add another 12. Yeah, we have 12 more centrifugal pans. All right. And that's going to output 20 per second diamond rejects. Okay, so I think I just have to stack that. But then we probably do still need to merge with this differently. Yeah, so if we're on both sides of the belt, if we stack the output of these ones, the diamond rejects, so that's replacing all of these inserters with stack inserters, then those should get merged cleanly up in here with the output from the previous steps. And we need one more. And then this whole thing gets doubled. Oh dear. Well, that's a problem. Lol, go sideways? I hate this, but it'll work. And then, oh, that's side loaded wrong though. It's gotta do... Got to do something like that to be side loaded on the right side of the belt, and then these come across. Delicious spaghetti indeed. I mean, what I should do is make these Mark II buildings, but I can't make Mark II buildings right now because self-assembly monolayer material is still broken because I wasn't making this for literal months. So we're doing it the hard way. No Mark II buildings. All right, and then this output also just needs to be like boop-a-doop, and then uh-oh, I screwed something up when I copied and pasted this. What did I do? There we go. Ooh. All right, so I can do that, but then this, I think we have to do like... Ooh, no. I might have to move all these down one. Oh, which I hate to do because they're all hooked up to the system now. Wait. Oh, yeah. Disgusting. I love it. And then these ones down here would be the ones that have the messed up positioning. Spaghetti intensifies. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and these aren't running because their outputs are fully blocked, but these steps are running. These are going to merge in here. The stacked ones from here with the non-stacked ones from here, and I didn't do the math on it. I am trusting that the right things end up in the right places. And I'm just gonna, like, dump whatever I can at each stage here. Make sure I don't have any diamonds in my inventory. All right. That was disgusting. Next step. This is Diamond Jig Concentrate. Okay, this one is purely fluids. We're going from 5 machines to 10 machines. Easy. Done. And then jig separation. We're going to have 4 of these now. Why do I do this? Like, I could have done this less terribly. But no, I chose to do it terribly. All right. And then all of these get a 3rd building, which I built all these just awkwardly enough that I'm going to have to do that, like, manually. Because they're all just slightly different. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I could have made something I could copy and paste. Maybe it's just the top one that I did weird. Oh no, this one's also fine. This stage is weird, because I bring this in here instead of routing it around the outside, but... Alright, all 3 of those stages are outputting crude diamonds, which is now 10.6 items a second. So... I think all I really want to do is, like... that. And then these 2 can side load just fine. And they will fit as the other half. Four washers. And 1 more automated screener. Okay, 4 washers. I did paste these ones too many times. That's fine. That was a mistake. Not another classifier at the end. Why am I still holding on to an automated screener then? Which steps use automated screeners? Several of them. Screening kimberlite residues, that's it. Screening kimberlite should be 5.89 machines. We have 6. Screening kimberlite residues should be 19 machines. Oh, is it like 19.01 and it gave me an extra machine? Yeah, this says the shopping list is 26 machines. So maybe we technically could use 1 more here, but we're in, like, rounding error land. So these will suck up 19 of the thing that they suck up. And we get kimberlite residues from diamond tailings here. Which makes 18 of them max. And other ones come from where? Oh, all the way down at the bottom at classified diamonds. Yeah, 1.5 max. So that's like 19.5. Yeah, all right. I'll drop the last screener in here. I don't think it's needed at our current scale. Like, I think we can get away without it, but we may as well have it. Yeah, and everything is going to be backing up all the way down the various chains to the fluids, right? Everything should be backed up on diamond fluids coming into, like, these stages. Cool. I think that's it, except we should have a little more, yeah, slaked lime over here. And that is slightly more than we can fit on one half of a yellow belt. So I am going to have to up how we're doing this. All right, I could put that on two sides of a belt, but I just don't care. Use a red belt instead. Oh, I should do it on two sides of a yellow instead of a red. There we go. And then here, we do need to use a red belt. That should be fine. Cool. And then all of these are already backed up because right now we do not need this extra diamond capacity. This is preemptive. I believe I can go drop... Well, I can drop the speed modules in all the mines over here. That is the next step. How is this doing? Still not enough. I mean, it's going to need to be so close to a full delivery before a hand delivery is worth it that I just shouldn't bother. Unfortunately. All right, speed modules into the diamond mines, and then I will have to figure out the next thing, which is probably dingrits. We can definitely keep pushing on that chain on that half of the world, just other stuff is broken, so it's hard to... I don't like pushing on new stuff when I know stuff is broken, but I can't work on the broken stuff right now. All right, one of our diamond mines. We just follow this belt all the way down, find all the places that we hook into it. I got really lucky with this this generation where we have like 5 kimberlite pipes relatively close to each other. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe they always generate in clusters. There we go. So that now gives us 2.6 diamonds a second, whereas before we had 1.2. So it is more than doubled with those speed modules there and with the upgrade to the diamond processing. Relatively and relatively close is putting in somewhere. I mean, on the scale of this base, these are right next to each other. Or should you say some footwork? Oof. Oof. So, as far as our to-do list, I can't tear this down until this is ready to go. I can do Dingrits, and I believe we already have all the buildings for them. So I can go do the Dingrit upgrade now, because it only needs Mark 1 buildings, fortunately. I can't expand lead containers, do advanced coating, or do coated containers without Mark 2 buildings running. And obviously, I mean, theoretically fuel rods, but like, that's useless without coated containers. Nuclear sample, this is a refactor. And then the Bodo's breeder is all Mark II everything. So I think Dingrits... Oh, and I had them all making more filters so I could expand refined syngas in the short term until we're able to redo things and, yeah, reduce our dependency on it. So we can do that. Let's do that one because I know refined syngas is still having issues in the base. And then we can do Dingrits. And maybe by then we will have gotten a delivery of self-assembly monolayer material to the mall, and we won't have to wait around anymore for tier 2 buildings. Where am I? Sorry. I missed a turn. And filters. Beautiful. Once again, it has been another hour. Twitch is gonna want to run an ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-roll ads turned off because I hate pre-rolls. I'm going to step away and get some more water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate and take care of yourselves. Stretch your legs if you haven't in a while. And we will keep going when we get back. I might want to upgrade this to tier 2 pipes. Maybe. I'm trying to think about if I can just like squeeze this in and not. Yeah, we can. All right, no, we're not upgrading it. We're just doing it now. There we go. Doubled our capacity. And we were able to make the upgraded activated carbon before things started breaking in the base. So I think this will be good. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes when we're back from the ad, and we will figure out what the next move is. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate everyone hanging around through the break. So, this looks good. The doubled refined syngas is running. It's gonna pull like 600 a second syngas. I should maybe put a second tank in this, just so we can buffer larger amounts. Buffer a larger amount and also potentially have more trains en route simultaneously is really the thing. Train limit on the output should be higher. Make sure that we always can have don't need to change the circuit logic. I need in this case, I want to change the request amount because I think I need like more trains in flight for throughput. It's about, yeah. I need to have higher request numbers so Cybersyn will have more trains so we have the throughput we need. And I achieve that with a higher buffer because if I increase the request amount without having the buffer space for it, we'll end up jammed up, potentially, if it does back up. But it's really about being able to have that higher request amount so we can have all of the trains. If it was just about having a larger buffer on site for, like, bursty demand, then you would be correct, though. You could just let it balance between the two of them, and it ought to work right. All right, next on the list is, taking this apart and putting those filters back in the... Uh-oh. Why did I have 2 filters? Because I only built 22 instead of 24. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I deleted one from the top row because I was going to shift it over because this pipe came in here and I wasn't going to be able to mirror across this thing. So I deleted it, and then I didn't replace it at this end. I also didn't fix this belt, which I wanted to do. But too late. I mean, I could request the 2 of them and actually go fix... I should go fix it. If I'm going to go up and fix the belt, I may as well also put down the 2 filters, right? The bots should bring me those relatively quickly. Yeah. Let's go fix it. And then after that, we can do the Dingrid upgrade. How is this doing? Slowly but surely. I'm astounded at how long that was broken, and I was able to get away with it being broken for that long. All right, there we go. Now it's right. The trains are busy, though, which is a good sign that things are mostly functional at the base. I get nervous when I don't see a lot of trains. Two more Dingrit packs and 2 wood processing units. Is that what I think I need? That is what I think I need. Whoop, don't need that request anymore. Do I need to wait for the bots to refill anything? Not really. Let's move on. That is not my left turn, or even my right turn for that matter. Where was the turn? The turn is here. I added stuff coming off here, and now I forget that this is the main highway. I navigate pretty much exclusively by landmarks on the mini-map because of how quickly I move around with the quick start mod that I have that gave me the exoskeletons. And when the layout of the map on the mini-map changes, and especially when stuff isn't well labeled, I just don't know where I'm going. But I do know that Dingrits are way at the end. All right, I'm gonna need to put modules in there, obviously. But I think pretty much all we need is Yadels and Yotoi leaves. Something I do need to check is... how many Dingrits do we need in the... probably just 2? Yeah, 0.65, and if I had just 1, we would be below threshold, right? Oh no, 0.97. Okay. I still only need 1 in the repro complex. Beautiful. Love to... well, that's with 6.5 of these, though. But really, we have 7. Do I want to do this math? I should do this math. Okay. So we make 4 Dingrits in 130 seconds. We have 7 machines. And with 10 modules, our speed is 11x. But then each building speed is 0.0909. So 0.215. There we go. Yeah, okay, and now I do need 2 Dingrit modules in here. That is fine. Okay. Just seeing closer to our actual numbers, what they're going to be. Whoops. So Yeah, I think I just need to extend this so we can bring in a few more ingredients. And also, we're going to have a decay product to deal with, so we will have to figure that out as well. So, in here, we are going to need Yadles, which we upgraded last time on Tuesday. And we're going to need Yotoi aloe plants. We're already bringing in Yotoi seeds. Yeah. So, the Yotoi aloe comes out in a very small quantity and gets fed into 2 wood processing units. Doing Yotoi leaves. And these do decay, so we do have to deal with their decay time. And then that belt can actually have it like zigzag past here. And then I can load onto the other side of it the Yadles. And we're consuming a grand total of 0.84 Yadles. All right. So now I just have to get these figured out. Oh, I broke that. Glad I noticed it. That would have been awkward. Apparently, we are just like 1 tile too... Yeah, we're 1 tile too close to the curve. We can do this though. Let's be less terrible. This belt with the Yadles and the other stuff on it can come up here. And actually, I'm gonna switch this one to an underground. And ditto that one. Because, yeah, that's the water barrel return. And then here we have our thing, which... add a new input to it, and we're good. Sorry. Turned off alt mode there. And Scrondrix's can also go in everywhere. That's pretty much it. I need a new... Ooh, actually, yeah, this needs to shift up one more. And that is because I am going to have one more output. One more filtered output, I should say. Instead of filtering Dingrits out to the left, we filter to the right, empty barrels. Oh, I guess I didn't have to move this because I'll do it on this side. But then here, we can filter biocrud to the left. There we go. Because, yeah, this will be bare. Oh, we also have cages. Never mind, that doesn't work. I forgot we also have cages here. So this has to be... All right. That's fine. We filter Dingrits. Before that, we filter biocrud. And then there we go. Those two things come across, and it's fine. I guess I could just run them as parallel belts. Which uses more belts, but looks cleaner. Interesting. This doesn't have enough. Do I need more cages in the loop? Is that the issue? Or did I put too many caged Scrondrixes in the ones down here? That might be the issue. Because, like, these are never going to have that many normally, right? They're going to have, like, 2. Oh, and some of these have a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and the pups need 3 per recipe, so yes, I just had them overbalanced. Alright, and I do see a bunch of pups making their way down the belt, so that is good. Oh, there shouldn't be... Put the barrels in the wrong... And then any biocrud that comes into the machines will come out the bottom, but we do also need to take care of any that's at the end here. Any Yotoi aloe leaves that make it all the way to the end and decay need to be taken off and looped down around, and honestly, they just go right on the output belt, and that's fine. Seems like we are not making a lot of the Yotoi aloe leaves, but apparently it is enough. We're just, I guess, just waiting for the... I guess they're long, slow crafts that have a lot of the ingredient in their inputs, so they sit on them for a while, and it takes some time for them to make it all the way to the... Fill all the buffers all the way to the end of the row. All right, I think we're good. I could stand to have a few more cages in the loop, for sure. I think we got plenty of water barrels, but we could use just a few more cages. Otherwise, it does seem to be working. And if we check on dingrit production over the past, well, yeah, we can see where I turned it off, and, well, we haven't quite seen it actually account for the higher production rate yet, because we're still waiting for all the machines to turn on, but we should see it jumping up pretty quickly. Well, we'll check on that in a minute, just so we can see the graph, but I think we're good. This is not quite running full time, but it's also not going to. It only needs to run about 2/3 of the time to keep the dingrits happy. How are we doing over here? Maybe I should just drop a second smelter in this. I know we technically don't need it, but like... Oh, science paused for a little while. That was probably fine. Oh, what are we doing after Bodo's? That's a question that don't really have an answer to yet. I mean, the big things to push on to get us to the next tier of buildings and everything is going to be circuits and mechanical parts, right? So, semiconductors, integrated circuits, paramagnetic material, neuroelectronics 2. Oh, good. Data array recipes. I'm so excited. And then electronics 3. That's blue chips. This is going to be nonsense, by the way. Oh, we have gold. We have to start doing gold. That's good. Fortunately, we have gold processing available, but gold comes out of, like, chromium, right? Yeah. So this is going to be redoing our chromium processing to be able to get gold out of it, which is fine. I knew I was going to need to do that. I, in fact, have still not redone chromium, where I don't know where chromium is, but it's still a fairly old processing. I intentionally did not, like, scale up chromium. Yeah. Very minimal here. So we're going to have to redo chromium, obviously, to get gold out. And, like, who even knows what else goes into this? Processors, mounted circuit substrate. I mean, the upgraded versions of inductors and diodes and capacitors. A bunch more MOSFETs, a bunch more microchips. All right. Do we start planning this out in YAFC then? Is that the... Is this a new lightly p-doped silicon recipe? It is. That adds lithium to the chain? And then heavily p-doped, which is new. Five wafers to 10 versus 5 wafers to 20. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of lithium for much better yields here. And I assume we're going to need that. I don't need military science to make nukes? Interesting. Let's pop into YAFC and let's start to do some theory crafting here. Complex circuit boards. Okay, I do have every ingredient on like separate sheets. What are these called? High-tech circuit boards. Made in a chip shooter. Throw on the prod modules. 0.6 per second. All right. So what are the old things that we need more of, and what are the new things? Old things are microchips, MOSFETs, potentially optical fiber. I don't know how much we need. And everything else is new. Red chips I'm not worried about. We make plenty of red chips. We'll be fine. We need all the updated inductors and like, do these... Oh, these ones don't consume the previous tier. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, these might be different. These might not be as telescopic as the previous ones were. Yeah, this is a totally clean recipe. All right, that is actually awesome. Because when I did red chips, like, all of these depend on their previous. They're all telescopic recipes. Well, not capacitors. That was a bad example. But inductors are telescopic. Resistors were telescopic. Diodes are new. No, capacitors were also telescopic. There they are, ceramic capacitors in the input ingredients. So, not having to necessarily deal with that for blue chips is fantastic. But we are going to have a lot of stuff to do. Let's start with the old stuff that potentially just needs to be scaled. So that's microchips and MOSFETs. Yeah, we are going to need a lot more. Because we need an extra 1 a second of each. So our new total MOSFETs are 1, 2, 3 a second. Oh, and we make 3.2. We actually make enough MOSFETs. Okay. But microchips, no. Microchips are only used here, and we only use 0.6. And we're going to use another 1. So we need microchips up to 1.6 a second. Oof. I can math, I swear. Actually, only being off by a factor of accidentally dividing by 2 isn't bad. So yeah, this needs to go from like 3 machines to 7 machines making microchips. And this is particularly going to suck because I have microchips tucked in with transistors and diodes over here because they're all pulling in the same ingredients. And yes, that was a terrible idea. And I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. So we might have to move microchips just off of here, and we can still do transistors and diodes co-located and do microchips somewhere else. We don't have a new microchip recipe, right? No. And then I'm not even looking at silicon production yet. I know we're going to have to scale up all of the different types of silicon production. We're probably going to have to scale up Cermet. We're just one thing at a time. SMD diodes are going to be a new thing. A whole new thing. Why is it plural? And how many of those do we need? Just 0.5 a second. So that's going to be 2 machines making those. I'm assuming diode cores are not used anywhere else. Correct. Liquid nitrogen, delightful. Nexalate plate. Tin rare earth alloy, that's new. Biofilm is not new, but I probably have to scale it up. Phosphate glass is not new, but I probably have to scale it up. Okay. And, yeah, we're going to say that that is 1 molecular assembler, even though the ratio is... I mean, I think it's just mathing wrong. Well, no. 3.3 over 5. And this uses 1 over 4. Yeah, it's not quite actually ratioed. Whatever. Okay. So, tin rare earth alloy is gonna... you know what I should do? Actually, I'm gonna delete this page. I'm gonna do this the way I do science, where I'm gonna build everything in line as subpages, and then as I'm ready to do each build, I split it out. That way I can get a better picture of the overview of everything we're gonna need. So this is a nested table with the diode cores. And now we can just move on. Low power resistors. These have, I mean, yeah, vacuum will be on site. Everything else, pretty normal. Make sure that I'm prodding everything. High frequency SMD inductors. High flux core. Magnetic core. Superconducting coils are new. Yeah. Magnetic cores we're gonna need in prod science. So we might split magnetic cores out to their own thing. Same with superconducting coils. I don't think I'm making ferrite on its own right now. I think ferrite is part of... oh, no. We make ferrite on its own. Okay. So ferrite we have. We just might need to scale up. That's fine. Copper cables we make on site always now. Yeah, and all of this. This prods all the way up the chain. That is delightful. What else is new? Cladded core, we already have. Graphene, we have. I think this is all good. Multi-layer SMD capacitors. Capacitor core. Is copper coating a thing that we make somewhere already? It's used for the Kevlar coating, which surely we do use. Ah, we have it inlined. Okay. That's fine for the iron niobium coating, where we do it all at once. I didn't leave copper coating as its own step. So for now, I'll leave this like this, and we can reconsider if we want to split that out from the other build or not. And then capacitor terminals all looks fine. Microchips we looked at. I already have updated this for how big it needs to be. The processor itself, which I'm assuming is going to be absolute nonsense. Processor core is, okay, mostly just silicon. That's actually not that bad. I thought this was going to be a lot worse. Although, heavily p-doped silicon. This is a lot of silicon and a bunch of chitosan. This is actually nasty. It's not that many ingredients, but it's... obviously, we can't prod that stage. We can prod this stage. Yeah, we are going to need some more electrolytic capacitors, microfiber, melamine. I mean, this is all a lot of brains. That's not lovely. I'm not excited about needing brains. But by and large, I think paramagnetic material is new. Yeah, but we're going to use this in lots of stuff, so that'll be its own build. Cooling systems. Stainless steel, Nexalit, Duralumin, solder, graphene, sulfuric, liquid nitrogen, nylon parts, advanced small parts, even more chitosan, advanced coating, okay, and Kevlar. Sure. We have everything for this. What else? Oh, the mounted circuit substrate. Which is more printed circuit substrate, which needs methane sulfonic acid, which we are going to need for other things, so we might split that out. Chlorine and DMS, which we can extract from cadaveric arums. Okay. Potentially using acid gas or not? I'm not sure yet. We'll look at DMS sort of as its own thing, I think. We don't need a lot of it looking at this recipe. Superconducting wire. I missed that as an input. That's part of the inductors here. That's new. Do I make Nenbit matrices? I don't even know. No, we don't. So we will make Nenbit matrices, which are also used in a bunch of other things. So we'll also want to split that out. But like, again, this stuff prods all the way down the chain. So we're not looking at terrible total amounts of input materials. It's just, this is a lot. So in theory, everything that is shown as an input here is something that we should have another page for already, or we will be thinking about making another page for. I don't even know where to start. Other than that, we do need potentially more advanced coding. So, actually, this should be plenty. Cool. We're going to need 2.3 additional optical fiber. That is a lot. That's like doubling our optical fiber production. which means we're gonna want to look at, yeah, and that's gonna be, I think, the bigger thing we need to figure out the push on first is, like, what are all the inputs to this that we have to scale up? Because if I just build this, it's gonna break my base. So it's gonna be looking at, okay, optical fiber, that means we need to scale up, we need to scale up whales and, I mean, make tinned cable on site from molten, right? That's always the way to go because molten travels more densely. And I'm sure there's like random alloys in here that I haven't even looked at yet, like this tin rare earth alloy. Needs heavy oil. I mean, we only need one smelter making it, so that's good. All we can really do is, like, just pick one of these and start working on it and, like, figure out what the inputs are and scale them up as we go, right? So, like, if we want to start working on SMD diodes, we're like, okay, this takes phosphate glass and biofilm and all of these things. And then what I would say is, you know, we look at this and we say, for circuits entirely, we need an extra 1.4 epoxy. And then we'll scale epoxy for this whole board all at once. And then the next time we do something that has epoxy, we don't have to worry about it. It will have been done. But we also have a bunch of new stuff, like gold is going to mean rebuilding our whole chrome processing line to extract gold as a byproduct and making sure that chrome doesn't back up when we do that and, like, actually break things. Ooh, boron carbide is new, I think. Is that used in lots of places? Yeah, that's also used in mech parts. Okay, so like boron carbide we're going to need a lot of. And that's the other thing, is I should probably do all of this for mechanical parts 2, or mech parts 3 rather, as well. And that way I can reference both sheets when I'm figuring out how much more of all of this stuff we actually need. So let's do that. Mechanical parts 03. What does this make? 8 over 30 times 1.2 is 0.32 a second. All right. And this looks easy, but we haven't even started yet. So we're going to have shafts, which pull in Mark IIs, advanced coating, molten super steel. I still haven't done super steel, by the way, and boron carbide. We are going to have brakes, which also need... All right, we need special small parts. That's new. And I'm assuming that's going to get used in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's used everywhere. Oh god, it's used in all the buildings too. Yeah, we're going to need lots of those. Ethyl cyanoacrylate, I believe, is new. That's also used in a lot of things. Super steel, phenolic boards. Cool. Hydraulic systems, Mark 1. That's new and exciting. But not that difficult once we've got all the other stuff we need. Electronics. Yeah, these are going to need a lot of the same... Electronics are always just like a weird alternate circuit, right? So we're going to need additional low power resistors, additional everything. I do see what's new. Plasmonic cores. What are core shell nanoparticles? Oh, they're used in nanostructured material. Okay. So plasmonic cores we're going to want to build a lot of. And this has other nonsense. Tetraethyl orthosilicate. Chloro or... Wow. All right. Oh, I'm disappointed. We're using electrolysis instead of well, other ways of oxidizing gold. Not that there are a lot of ways of oxidizing gold, but I was hoping we would see Aqua Regia in our list of anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna have to unify like printed circuit substrate and neuromorphic chip across these two views and make sure that like all of our dependencies across the two of them are maybe I should actually needs more chlorine trifluoride. Oh god. What else are we missing in here? Utility boxes and gearboxes. And these are also going to have... Actually, utility boxes aren't bad. Besides needing, you know, blue chips already. And also... Wait. Oh, no, we're good. 0.14. That is one way to analyze compounds, yes. Molybdenum, silicon, titanium, aluminium, nexylate, special alloy. There's not that much of anything in it. It's just a lot of things. Yeah, belts, gearboxes, aluminium silver alloy, a bunch of special small parts. Like, what are we up to on special small parts so far? We're already up to 4.3 a second. What's that gonna look like? How awful is this going to be to make like 5 a second of these? All right, well. Two machines worth is 7.2. So that's what we will do as our build. Nenbit matrices, carbon fiber. There's a lot here. We are going to have a lot to build to get all the way up to high-tech circuit boards and Mech Parts 3. And they're kind of intertwined. There's a lot of things that are going to be the same on the path to both and also to special small parts. Yeah, oh, it is a very effective oxidizer. The problem is that it oxidizes the thing you want to oxidize and your equipment and the air around you. All right. I might need to take some time and mess with this between streams. Just to get it all into a state where I even know where to start. Because what I don't want to do is think I have the numbers figured out, build something, and then realize that I built it like a quarter of the size it needs to be, and then I have to move it because I didn't leave enough space to scale it up. For some of these things, I don't think that's going to be an issue, but like... How big do we need to scale phosphate glass to is an important question, right? And Although the end game of thinking that way is to just YAFC all the way out to Pyrrhic victory and then work backwards, and I don't want to do that. So, like, there's a certain level of planning ahead that I want to do, mostly making sure that we have enough stuff to do circuits and mech parts at a one assembler scale. And yes, I have also read that book. What do I even work on? Maybe we should hold off on thinking about circuits and mech parts any longer, and yeah, all right. Past electronics, we have a lot of things that we actually need to research before we can even do mech parts 3. So maybe we start just on circuits with the understanding that, like, I'm going to look at mech parts 3 and I'm going to think about it a little bit in the scale of things that I build, but otherwise we focus on circuits. I like that plan. In the short term, though, what are we working on? And that really depends on if we have a mall that works. Oh, we are actively unloading. Okay. we are actively unloading the chromium molybdenum nickel special alloy. So this will get our that'll start to run the self-assembly monolayer material again, which will get the mall up and running. Because, yeah, this is blocked. This is blocked. Oh, I was saying I might need a few more cages for dingrits here, wasn't I? Although, maybe they're fine? We could use just a few more cages in the loop. All right, I'm going to grab a stack of cages while I have time to kill. It's not that hard to make if you have the equipment and the knowledge to work with fluorine. When you need stuff clean, yeah. What am I grabbing? I'm grabbing a stack of cages, and we are going to drop that off down at Dingrits. So presumably it's expensive, mostly because of storage and transportation safety issues rather than the raw materials, right? All right. Few extra cages should keep this definitely happy, because, yeah, we're right on the edge of having enough Scrondrixes. The Yotoi leaves are starting to buffer, which is great. How are we doing on Cubs? Cubs are starting to back up, which we expect. This is only going to run about 2/3 of the time. All right. I'm happy. Some of these leaves are probably going to decay at the very end. Do we already have... Whoa, something broke. Oh, I never... I'm glad I came back. I never actually hooked up the biocrud output. Well, it's not about it necessarily being difficult to transport. It's about what happens when your train carrying it derails in a small town in Ohio and what your insurance premiums are going to look like. Not that trains carrying chemicals derailing in small towns in Ohio ever happens. Purely hypothetical. The majority of Southeast... no, but... high priority, and... do I need void logic for biocrud? Surely not. Surely this is not on the V network. No, this is normal. There we go. This is working again. Yeah. The chicken and the egg problem of mass production. All right. That is fine for Dingrits then. I'm glad I decided to come back here, because I would have left this broken for hours if I hadn't actually noticed it. Yeah, this is starting to decay quite a bit at the end. That's kind of expected. Do I need more inserter capacity here? I mean, it can't hurt. It does seem like the barrels are backed up, but that might just be because the whole belt was backed up. Not because, like, overall we're overproducing barrels. But we can give this a hand with a slightly faster inserter anyway. Yeah, that's catching up very quickly now. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with these, mostly. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely having issues with Yotoi leaves decaying. It's kind of an issue everywhere that I use Yotoi leaves. I might just need to make... Yeah, there are definitely other things that are in those kind of economically weird places where it's not worth it to make it cheaply. But it is not that common that it happens. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here for today. We got a bunch of things kind of fixed up. I don't usually like to just let the map AFK. I prefer to be always working on something. I'm gonna let it AFK until we get, like, monolayer material back up to the mall so that we can be making tier 2 buildings again. Because, like, I can't make progress until that happens. So I'll leave this running after I shut down the stream, and hopefully after a couple hours, we'll be caught up on these building requests, and next Tuesday we can pick up on the other upgrades that we were looking at and start thinking more about prereqs for Circuit 3 and what the shape of all those builds is going to be. But just right now with the broken, again, for anyone who didn't see this chart, there we go. I broke this build 7.2 days ago, which was probably like over the summer or early autumn. It's been months. It's been broken for months. And it finally like rippled through the base and completely broke everything. So I'm glad it's working, but it's going to take a little while for everything to recover from this. So yeah, I'll let the base let the base idle for a little bit. I'll let that recover, and then next week we'll pick up where we left off. So I appreciate everybody hanging out, tuning in. Tomorrow is gonna be Skyblock Day, and we will be back with Pyanodons next Tuesday. For anyone who found this on YouTube and wants to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I will see everybody next time.